Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient forges of the Iron Mountain never slept, their eternal fires casting dancing shadows on walls that had witnessed 10,000 years of dwarven craftsmanship. But in the deepest chamber, where Master Smith Grimhild stood before a forge unlike any other, the flames burned with an otherworldly blue light that seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. She had discovered the soul forge 3 months ago, hidden behind a wall that had collapsed during a minor earthquake. The ancient texts she'd found beside it spoke of a power to forge bonds between metal and spirit, to create weapons and artifacts that carried not just enchantments, but actual souls. At first, she'd thought it mere legend until the first disappearance. Master Grimhild, a young apprentice, burst into the chamber, his face pale beneath his soot-stained beard. Another one's gone missing, old Karzak from the silver mines. Just vanished like the others. Grimhild's weathered hands tightened around the peculiar hammer she'd found with the forge, a tool that seemed to hum with its own inner resonance. 12 disappearances in as many days, and each time, the forge's flames had burned brighter. "There's something else," the apprentice added hesitantly. "An elf at the gates, demanding to see you. Says his sister was among the first to vanish." The elf was waiting in the Hall of Ancestors, looking decidedly out of place among the stern statues of dwarven kings. He wore the leather armor of a ranger, and a bough of midnight black wood was slung across his back. His eyes, when they met Grimhild's, held both grief and steel. "I am Felindril," he said, bowing slightly. "My sister Aranil was traveling through the mountain pass when she disappeared. I've tracked the anomalies in the natural magic of the region to this mountain, to something ancient awakening deep within." Before Grimhild could respond, a sound like distant screaming echoed through the halls, but it seemed to come from the stone itself. The elf's bow was in his hands in an instant, though what good arrows would do against such a sound, Grimhild couldn't guess. "You've found something, haven't you?" Felindril's eyes narrowed. Something that should have remained buried. Grimhild led him to the soul forge, watching as his expression shifted from suspicion to wonder to horror as she explained her discovery. The forge's flames danced higher at their presence, and in their light, both dwarf and elf could see ghostly faces forming and dissolving in the fire. "By the stars," Felindril whispered, "those are the missing souls." "But why? What force could?" A deep, resonant laugh interrupted him, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The forge's flames surged, taking on a dark purple hue, and in their depths, a face formed, noble, beautiful, and terrible. "Oh, my unwitting helpers," the face spoke, its voice like steel on stone. "You've served your purpose well." Grimhild felt the hammer in her hands grow cold. "Who are you?" "I am, or was, King Morthal, greatest of the sorcerer kings of the ancient world. Your discovery of my forge was no accident, Master Smith. I arranged it, just as I arranged for souls to be drawn to its power. Each one strengthens the bridge between my realm and yours, and soon I shall cross over completely." The Ghost King's laughter shook dust from the ceiling as the truth became clear. The soul forge was never meant to create. It was meant to transform, to build a bridge between life and death itself. But Grimhild hadn't spent 2 centuries mastering her craft to become anyone's pawn. As the forge's flames reached for her, she raised the hammer, feeling its true purpose awaken in her hands. It was not a tool of forging, but a weapon of sundering, designed to break the very bonds the forge created. "Felindril," she shouted. "Your bow, does it carry any enchantments?" The elf nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Moon silver and starlight, woven into the wood by my grandmother. Good. We'll need both dwarven craft and elven magic for this." What followed was a battle unlike any sung of in the halls of either elves or dwarves. As King Morthal sought to manifest fully into the world, Grimhild and Felindril fought back with everything their peoples had ever learned of magic and metalwork. The elf's arrows, enhanced by Grimhild's knowledge of the forge's power, struck at the spiritual bonds the Ghost King was creating. Meanwhile, Grimhild used the hammer to shatter the very foundations of the forge's dark magic. But it wasn't enough. With each soul the forge had claimed, Morthal's power had grown. They needed something more, something to turn his own power against him. The souls, Grimhild gasped between strikes. They're not just fuel, they're trapped. Unwilling. If we could reach them, Felindril knocked an arrow, this one carved with runes that glowed with a soft silver light. "My people have a saying, the strongest bonds are those freely given." As Morthal gathered his power for a final push into the world of the living, Grimhild struck the forge's heart with her hammer, while Felindril loosed his arrow. The combination of dwarven craft and elven magic created a resonance that rang through both the physical world and the spirit realm. The trapped souls, hearing this call of freedom, turned on their captor. The Ghost King's scream of rage turned to one of fear as the souls he had sought to use as a bridge became instead a prison, their combined will trapping him in a cage of spirit-forged metal and elven enchantment. In the aftermath, as the freed souls found their way back to their bodies, Grimhild and Felindril stood in the quiet forge chamber, their victory bittersweet with the knowledge of what they had discovered and what they had lost. "The forge must be sealed," Grimhild said finally. "Properly this time, with both dwarven runes and elven wards, and guarded," Felindril added, "by both our peoples. Some bridges between worlds should remain broken." In the years that followed, the Chamber of the Soul Forge became a sacred place, watched over by an order of dwarf craftsmen and elf wardens who worked together to ensure its power remained contained. And if sometimes in the deepest night, the sound of ghostly hammering echoed through the mountains, it served only to remind all who heard it that some powers are best left undisturbed. But the partnership between Grimhild and Felindril did not end there. Together, they began to explore the legitimate uses of spirit craft and enchantment, founding a new school of magical artifice that combined the best of both their people's knowledge. Their works became legendary tools and weapons that sang with power freely given, never taken, proof that the greatest artifacts are forged not through dominion, but through cooperation and understanding. Story 2. Deep beneath the Iron Spine Mountains, where crystal veins threaded through ancient rock like frozen lightning, young Prince Thorgrim stood motionless in the darkness. His hand pressed against the cold stone wall, eyes closed in concentration. Others might have heard nothing but the distant drip of water and the hollow whisper of underground winds, but Thorgrim heard something more, something impossible. The stones were singing. It began 3 days ago, on his 20th naming day, when he first noticed the subtle harmonies echoing through the rock. At first, he thought it was the mining machinery, or perhaps the great forges of Moria, but this song was different. It spoke of ages past, of secrets buried deeper than any dwarf had ever delved, and of a stirring in the ancient depths that made his blood run cold. "Your Highness," the voice of his advisor, Grimlock, shattered his concentration. "The council awaits." Thorgrim withdrew his hand reluctantly. "Tell them I'm not coming, but sire, the reports of tremors in the lower mines are exactly why I need to be here." Thorgrim interrupted, his voice echoing off the crystalline walls. "Something's wrong," Grimlock. The mountains. Their awakening, before his advisor could protest. A new voice drifted through the darkness, melodious, unlike any dwarf's. He speaks the truth. From the shadows emerged a tall figure, her silver hair catching the light of the luminous crystals. The elven woman moved with an otherworldly grace, her green eyes reflecting the phosphorescent glow of the cave fungi. Who dares enter the sacred halls of Moria uninvited? Grimlock's hand moved to his axe. I am Ethel, she said, bowing slightly, geomancer of the Twilight Grove, and like your prince, I hear the songs of stone. Thorgrim studied her carefully. Among his people, elves were viewed with suspicion at best, but something in her words rang true. You hear them too? The whispers? Ethel nodded gravely. They grow stronger each day. The ancient ones stir in their slumber, and when they wake, she left the thought unfinished. A deep rumble shook the passage, sending cascades of dust from the ceiling. In the distance, screams echoed through the tunnels. The lower mining shaft. Grimlock shouted. It's collapsed. They raced through the winding corridors, past startled miners and ancient statues of dwarf kings long dead. The tremors grew stronger as they descended, until they reached a vast cavern where dozens of dwarven workers gathered around a massive cave-in. But as Thorgrim approached the fallen rocks, he realized something was wrong. The stones hadn't simply collapsed, they had moved. And in the freshly exposed wall behind them, something was stirring. By the ancestor's beard, Grimlock whispered. The rock face was changing, transforming before their eyes. What had appeared to be natural formations slowly resolved into massive features: a stern brow, a noble nose, eyes closed in ancient slumber. They were looking at a face carved into the living mountain itself, or perhaps it had always been there, waiting to be revealed. Ethel stepped forward, her hand outstretched. The stone giants, she breathed. The original rulers of the deep places, long before elves walked in starlight or dwarves struck their first forge fire, the giant face's eyes began to open, revealing depths of crystalline wisdom and ancient fury. Its mouth moved, and the entire mountain seemed to speak, a sound like grinding consonants that resolved into words in Thorgrim's mind. The usurpers must leave. The time of reckoning has come. In the days that followed, more giants awakened throughout the mountain range. The dwarven kingdoms faced a terrible choice: abandon their ancestral homes, or face the wrath of creatures older than civilization itself. But Thorgrim, with Ethel's help, began to understand more of the giants' ancient language. They learned of a time when the giants were the guardians of the world's deepest mysteries, before they chose to slumber to preserve the world's balance. Their awakening wasn't merely about reclaiming territory, it was a warning. Something worse stirred in the depths, something that had nearly destroyed the world in ages past. The giants had awakened to stand guard once more, but their ancient fury at being forgotten and built over threatened to spark a war that would destroy everything above and below ground. Working together, Thorgrim and Ethel discovered that their shared ability to hear the stone song was no coincidence. In the most ancient days, there had been those among both elves and dwarves who served as speakers to the stone giants, maintaining harmony between the races. These bloodlines had been thought lost, but now, in this crucial moment, they had reawakened. As tensions mounted and armies gathered, Thorgrim and Ethel embarked on a perilous journey into the deepest reaches of the mountain. There, in caverns older than time, they found the source of the giants' fear and ancient evil that fed on the very essence of stone, threatening to consume the mountains themselves. The giants had awakened not to reclaim their kingdom, but to protect all races from this growing threat. Standing before the Council of Moria, Thorgrim fought for an alliance that would have been unthinkable mere months ago. The giants do not want war, he declared, his voice ringing through the grand hall. They want allies. The true enemy lies deeper still, and only together can we hope to face it Ethel stepped forward, her presence causing a stir among the ancient dwarf lords. Your ancestors built these halls with the giant's blessing, though that truth was lost to time. Now we must remember the old ways, the partnerships that once existed between all races of stone and earth. The final battle took place in the heart of the mountain itself, where dwarven warriors fought alongside awakened stone giants, their weapons enhanced by elven magic. Against a darkness older than the world, Thorgrim and Ethel stood at the center of it all, their combined power serving as a bridge between the races, their song of stone rising above the chaos of battle to bind their allies together. In the end, victory came not through force of arms, but through understanding. The gift that Thorgrim and Ethel shared, the ability to hear the whispers of the stones, proved to be the key to sealing away the ancient evil. The giants, recognizing the wisdom in cooperation, chose to remain awake, becoming advisors to both dwarves and elves in matters concerning the deep places of the world. As peace returned to the mountains, something else blossomed in the depths. The partnership between Thorgrim and Ethel grew into something more, bridging centuries of mistrust between their peoples. Together, they established a new order of stone singers, teaching others to hear the mountain's song and ensuring that the ancient harmonies would never again be forgotten. And in the deepest minds of Moria, if one listens carefully, they might still hear it, the whisper of the ancient stones, telling tales of giants and heroes, of darkness and light, and of the power of understanding to bridge the deepest of divides. Story 3. Time flowed strangely in the Garden of Eternal Paths. Ilawan knew this better than anyone, having spent centuries as its guardian. She had watched seasons change in minutes and moments stretch into years, had seen flowers bloom backwards and trees age and youth in the blink of an eye. But never, in all her years of guardianship, had she seen the shadows move like this. They crept along the ever-shifting paths like spilled ink, seeping through the cracks between realities where the garden's dimensions folded in impossible ways. The ancient hedgerows, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly silver light, seemed to recoil from the darkness's touch. "Something's wrong," Ilawan whispered, her hand tightening around the Staff of Seasons, an artifact passed down through generations of garden guardians. The crystal at its tip pulsed with a warning glow, its light reflecting off her silvery hair and illuminating the concern etched on her ageless face. A scream echoed through the garden, distorted by the twisting paths, until it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Ilawan raced toward the sound, the garden responding to her presence by reshaping itself, paths unfolding like origami to guide her way. She emerged into a moonlit clearing to find a dwarf standing before a tear in reality itself, a jagged black wound in the air, where something dark and ancient was trying to push through. "Stand back," she commanded, raising her staff. The dwarf turned, his beard braided with runes that glowed with their own inner light. "I feared I might find such rifts here," he said, his voice grave. "I am Dern, keeper of the temporal archives of Moria. And you, I suspect, are the guardian I've been searching for." Before Ilawan could respond, a creature emerged from the rift, a being of shadow and malice, its form constantly shifting between shapes that hurt the eye to look upon. With a swift motion, Dern pressed his hands to the ground, and runic circles of golden light spread outward, temporarily containing the creature. "We don't have much time," he said as more shadows began seeping through other tears that were appearing throughout the garden. "The prison is failing." "Prison?" Ilawan's eyes widened. "The garden is a prison?" It was built by the first elves as a dimensional maze to contain something that nearly destroyed all reality, the void hunger, a being that devours time and space itself. The garden's paths were designed to keep it trapped in an endless loop of fractured time. Another scream pierced the air, but this one was different, ancient, hungry, and filled with a malice that made the very fabric of reality shudder. The hedges around them began to wither and decay, time accelerating around them at a frightening pace. The garden's defenses are weakening, Dern explained quickly, pulling an ancient tome from his pack. My people have kept records of the prison's creation, passed down through generations of chronomancers. We need to repair the temporal barriers, but it will require both elven nature magic and dwarven runic craft working together. They raced through the garden's shifting paths, sealing rifts as they appeared. Elauen's staff pulsed with natural magic, while Dern's runes blazed with temporal power. But for every tear they sealed, two more appeared, and the shadows grew bolder, taking forms from their worst nightmares. In the heart of the garden, they found the source of the disturbance. The central fountain, whose waters were said to flow backward through time, had run dry. Around it, reality itself was beginning to unravel. The anchor point Dern breathed, running his hands over the intricate runic carvings that covered the fountain's base, the focal point where all the garden's paths converge. Its failing, Elauen placed her hand on the fountain's rim, feeling the complex magic woven into its very essence. These patterns, they're similar to the natural cycles of growth and decay, but infinitely more complex. The first elves didn't just build a prison, they created a living lock. Powered by the very forces of nature itself, a deep rumble shook the garden, and the air itself seemed to crack like glass. Through the largest rift yet, they caught a glimpse of what lay beyond an endless void where time and space had been consumed, leaving nothing but eternal hunger. The records speak of a way to strengthen the prison, Dern said urgently, flipping through his tome. But it requires a sacrifice, a binding of life force to the garden itself. That's why there have always been guardians. They're not just watchers. They're part of the lock, understanding dawned in Elauen's eyes. That's why I was chosen. Why all guardians are chosen. We're not just protecting the garden. We're feeding it our essence to keep the prison strong. The void creature's roar shook the foundations of reality itself. Shadows began to take solid form, surrounding them with twisted reflections of themselves from other timelines. Elauen raised her staff, its crystal blazing with power, while Dern's runes cast ghostly light across the chaos. There might be another way, Dern said suddenly, his eyes alight with inspiration. The dwarven runes of binding combined with elven nature magic, not just one guardian's essence, but a sustained connection between two souls, creating a permanent anchor for the garden's power. Elauen met his gaze, understanding the implications. A bridge between our peoples, just as the garden is a bridge between realities. Together, they began the ritual. Elauen's staff blazed with natural magic, while Dern's runes burned themselves into the very fabric of reality. Their powers intertwined, forming new patterns that had never existed before, the precision of dwarven craft harmonizing with the fluid grace of elven magic. The void creature howled in fury as new barriers began to form, stronger than before. The garden responded to their combined power, its paths reshaping themselves into a more intricate maze, one anchored not just in space and time, but in the combined strength of two ancient peoples. As the last rift sealed and the shadows retreated, Elauen and Dern found themselves bound not just to the garden, but to each other, two pillars supporting a bridge between worlds. The Garden of Eternal Paths had been transformed, no longer just a prison, but a testament to the power of unity. In the years that followed, the garden became a place of learning where both elves and dwarves came to study the mysteries of time and space. Under the guidance of its two guardians, it flourished as never before, its paths leading visitors not just through space and time, but toward understanding between peoples long divided. And if sometimes the shadows stirred in the deepest parts of the garden, they found no weakness in its defenses, for its strength now came not from isolation, but from the unbreakable bonds of friendship and trust that had been forged in its defense. Story 4. The floating citadel of Celesta hung in the twilight sky like a crown of starlit crystal, its spires reaching toward the heavens while its foundations danced with clouds. Within its highest tower, Young mage Aldrich stood transfixed before the massive form of Crystallis, the last of the crystal dragons, as the ancient creature's scales dimmed from brilliant diamond to dull glass. "Your time has come, young dreamer," the dragon's voice echoed in Aldrich's mind, each word sending ripples through the magical ether that permeated the chamber. The burden of truth must pass to another. Aldrich had been summoned to witness the dragon's passing, though he couldn't understand why him, a mere apprentice in the Celestial Academy, and not one of the Grand Archmages. But as Crystallis's eyes met his, he felt the weight of millennia pressing against his consciousness. "The others cannot know," the dragon whispered. "They are too deeply embedded in the illusion." Before Aldrich could question this cryptic statement, Crystallis exhaled a breath of crystalline mist that enveloped him. In that moment, the young mage felt his mind explode with images, memories, and truths that threatened to overwhelm his sanity. He saw the world as it truly was, and more importantly, as it had been. The dragon's final words rang through his mind. "Find the Dreamwalker." She seized through the veils hours later, as the citadel mourned the passing of the last crystal dragon. Aldrich wandered the floating streets in a daze, his mind struggling to process the knowledge that had been thrust upon him. The world he knew, the magnificent floating cities, the grand magical academies, the alleged golden age of peace between races, was all an elaborate illusion, a dream woven by the crystal dragons millennia ago to save what remained of civilization. "You look like someone who's just seen through the first veil," a voice said beside him. He turned to find a woman in silver armor, studying him intently. Her eyes held an otherworldly quality that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. "I'm Siren," she said. "Though some call me the Dreamwalker," Aldrich's heart jumped. "Crystallis spoke of you before passing the burden of truth to you." "Yes," she gestured at the city around them. "Beautiful illusion, isn't it? But illusions, no matter how beautiful, are still chains." Over the next few days, Siren taught Aldrich to use his newfound ability to see through the veils of reality. The truth was both more terrible and more wondrous than he could have imagined. The floating cities weren't sustained by magic alone, but by the dreams of sleeping gods. The peace between races wasn't achieved through diplomacy, but through carefully crafted shared memories that hid ancient conflicts. But why? Aldrich asked as they stood at the edge of Celesta, looking down at the clouds below. Why create such an elaborate illusion? "Because the alternative was extinction," Siren replied. "The crystal dragons saw a future where the races would destroy themselves in wars fueled by hatred and fear. This dream world was meant to be temporary, a way to give civilization a chance to truly learn peace. But temporary became permanent, and now the last dragon is gone, and the dream begins to fade," Aldrich finished, understanding dawning in his eyes. Their journey took them through the dreaming realms, layers of reality where past and present overlapped. In the ancient library of Minder, they discovered scrolls that showed the true history, a world ravaged by wars so terrible they had nearly torn reality apart. In the caverns of memory, they found evidence of the original spell that had created the great illusion. But with each truth they uncovered, the fabric of reality grew more unstable. Others began to see through the veils, some went mad, while others desperately tried to maintain the illusion. The Council of Archmages, sensing a threat to their power, declared Aldrich and Siren enemies of peace. "We have a choice to make," Siren said as they stood in the ruins of the first crystal dragon temple. "We can try to maintain the illusion, perhaps find a way to strengthen it. Or we can wake everyone up," Aldrich finished. "But if we do, all this," he gestured at the magnificent city above them, "will fade like a dream at dawn." Siren nodded. "But sometimes we must let go of beautiful lies to grasp difficult truths." Their decision came when they discovered the cost of maintaining the illusion. It fed on the dreams of the unborn, stealing the future to preserve a false present. Each generation born into the dream world had less potential for real change, real growth, real peace. In the heart of Celesta, they began the ritual to unravel the ancient spell. The archmages sent their forces to stop them. But how do you fight someone who can see through your illusions? As reality began to crack around them, Aldrich and Siren wove a new kind of magic, not one of deception, but of revelation. The awakening was both terrible and beautiful. Cities fell from the sky, but their people discovered they could fly. Ancient enemies faced each other with hatred, only to recognize themselves in each other's eyes. The world was broken, but it was real, and in its reality lay the potential for true change. In the years that followed, Aldrich and Siren worked to help people adjust to the true world, to build real peace instead of illusory harmony. The crystal dragons became legend, remembered not as deceivers, but as guardians who had given the world time to heal, to grow, to learn. And if sometimes in quiet moments Aldrich missed the beautiful dream that had been, he needed only to look at the new world being built, a world of genuine understanding, of hard-won peace, of truth in all its complex glory, to know they had made the right choice. For in the end, the most powerful magic wasn't the ability to create perfect illusions, but the courage to face reality and work to make it better. The last song of the Crystal Dragon hadn't been a lament for the end of an age, but a herald for the beginning of something far more precious, a world built not on dreams, but on truth. Story 5. In the heart of the crystal forest, where ancient trees sparkled with living light and shadows danced like memories of forgotten dreams, Lysandra knelt before the first extinguished eternal flame. Her slender elven fingers traced the rim of the cold bronze brazier, feeling the echo of power that had burned there for 10,000 years. This was the third sacred flame to die in as many weeks. Throughout the realms, the eternal fires that had kept the balance between the elemental planes were fading one by one, and with each extinction, the world grew a little colder, a little darker. The signs cannot be ignored any longer, came a deep voice behind her. Lysandra turned to find Elder Moonweaver, her mentor, looking more ancient than she had ever seen him. In his hands, he held a crystal orb that pulsed with the last captured light of the fallen flame. "I don't understand," Lysandra said, rising gracefully. "The flames have burned since the founding of our realm." What could possibly— Her words were cut short by a sudden gust of icy wind that swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of winter and decay. The crystalline leaves of the forest chimed in alarm, their sound a desperate warning. "The truth can no longer be hidden," Elder Moonweaver said gravely. "You are the last, Lysandra, the last descendant of the Flame Guardians." The revelation struck her like a physical blow. The Flame Guardians were legends, an ancient order said to have maintained the boundaries between the elemental realms since the dawn of time. But they had vanished centuries ago, or so the stories claimed. Before she could protest, Moonweaver pressed the crystal orb into her hands. As her fingers closed around it, ancient memories that were not her own flooded her mind, knowledge of fire and spirit, of barriers between worlds, and of a terrible truth that had been hidden for millennia. Her awakening was interrupted by heavy footsteps approaching through the crystal undergrowth. A figure emerged, broad-shouldered and bearing the unmistakable air of dwarven nobility, though his rich clothes were travel-worn and his beard was flecked with frost. "Prince Thorin of the Iron Peaks," he introduced himself with a formal bow. "Though I suppose exile should be added to that title now. Why is a dwarven prince, exiled or otherwise, so far from the mountains?" Moonweaver's tone was sharp with suspicion. "Because I know what's happening to your eternal flames," Thorin replied grimly. "The same thing that happened to our forge fires 6 months ago. The cold isn't just coming, it's being called over the next few days." As they traveled to the next nearest eternal flame, Thorin shared his tale. He had discovered ancient texts in the deepest vaults of his people, speaking of a time before the elemental barriers, when a being of pure cold had nearly succeeded in freezing all of creation. The eternal flames weren't just sources of power, they were prison bars, keeping this entity contained between realities. But why are they failing now? Lysandra asked as they made camp one night, her newly awakened powers allowing her to sustain a magical flame that kept the growing cold at bay. Thorin's eyes darkened. Because someone is helping them fail. My own brother. He found a way to communicate with the entity. It promised him power, knowledge of magics that were old when the world was young. He believes that by freeing it, he can gain control over it. And that's why you're in exile, Lysandra realized. You tried to stop him. Thorin nodded grimly. And failed. But perhaps, with the help of a true flame guardian, their journey became a race against time as they traveled from flame to flame, Lysandra learning to use her inherited powers while Thorin shared what he knew of the ancient magics. Each extinct flame made the world colder, and soon snow was falling even in the eternal summer lands. It was at the heart of an ancient volcano, before the greatest of the eternal flames, that they finally confronted the truth. Thorin's brother, Melgrim, had succeeded in contacting not just any spirit of winter, but Cryox, the frost god himself, a being that had nearly ended all creation in ages past. The final battle took place in a chamber of ancient stone, where the largest eternal flame flickered weakly against the encroaching ice. Melgrim, now more ice than dwarf, commanded powers that should never have been awakened. But he hadn't counted on the true nature of the Flame Guardian's power. As Thorin engaged his brother in combat, Lysandra reached deep into the knowledge inherited from her ancestors. The eternal flames weren't meant to imprison Cryox through force, they were channels for the very essence of life, growth, and change that the frost god sought to negate. Each flame was a reminder that even in the coldest winter, life endured. Understanding bloomed like fire in her heart. Reaching out with her power, Lysandra didn't just try to rekindle the eternal flames, she opened herself to become a conduit for their true purpose. Through her, the essence of fire and life itself flowed into the world. The chamber erupted in light and warmth as all the eternal flames rekindled at once, their power flowing through the ancient network of ley lines that connected them. Melgrim's ice magic melted away, leaving him mortal once more, while the presence of Cryox was forced back into its prison between realities. In the aftermath, as warmth returned to the world, Lysandra and Thorin stood together before the restored eternal flame. They had learned that the true power of the Flame Guardians wasn't in fighting the cold, but in nurturing the warmth that existed in all living things. Together, they established a new order that combined the ancient knowledge of both their peoples. The eternal flames would never again be left unguarded, and the balance between warm and cold, life and stillness, would be maintained not through prison bars of fire, but through understanding of the eternal dance between opposing forces that kept the world in harmony. And if sometimes, in the deepest winter nights, the eternal flames burned a little brighter when a certain dwarven prince stood beside their elven guardian, well, that was just another kind of harmony. Another bridge built between ancient powers that had too long been kept apart. Story 6. The mists of Shadow Vale clung to the withered grass like ghostly fingers, their tendrils reaching up through the perpetual twilight that had plagued these lands for centuries. Through this ethereal landscape rode Siren Dawnbringer, her silver armor catching what little light filtered through the heavy clouds above. The half-elven paladin's hand rested on the pommel of her ancestral sword, its runes glowing faintly in response to the dark energies that permeated the air. She had come to these cursed lands following rumors of a darkness spreading from the ancient peaks of the Starspine Mountains, but what she found defied all her years of training in the Order of the Dawn. Before her lay a massive black dragon, its scales dulled like tarnished obsidian, its wings torn and bleeding shadow instead of blood. Yet most surprising was not its appearance, but its words. Paladin, the dragon's voice resonated in her mind, each word carrying centuries of weariness. I have waited for one such as you. The light within you, It echoes of the old magics, the creature's eyes, gleaming like dying embers, fixed upon her with an intelligence that belied its monstrous form. Siren dismounted, her boots touching the ashen ground with practiced silence. "You are no ordinary dragon," she stated, her voice carrying the musical lilt of her elven heritage. The dragon's response was a sound between a laugh and a sigh, sending ripples through the mist around them. "I was once Aldermain the Bright, guardian of the eastern gates. Now I am what you see before you. A victim of the same curse that claims all the ancient guardians. One by one, the dragon's form seemed to shimmer, and for a moment, Siren glimpsed the image of a tall, noble figure wreathed in golden light. The revelation struck her like a physical blow. The guardians of old were figures of legend, mighty beings chosen by the first elven kings to protect the realms of light from what lay beyond the veil of reality. Their disappearance had long been a mystery that haunted the libraries of both elven sages and human scholars. "The curse spreads like a cancer," Aldermain continued, each word carrying the weight of prophecy. "It transforms us into shadows of our former selves, turning protectors into destroyers. But there may yet be hope." The dragon's gaze turned to the mountains looming in the distance. Beneath the star-spine mountains dwell the keepers of the eternal flame, a clan of dwarves who have guarded ancient secrets since the First Age, before Siren could respond. A haunting howl echoed across the vale. Aldermain's form tensed, shadows writhing around his massive frame. "They come," he growled. "The others who have already fallen to the curse. Seek out the keepers, Paladin. Find their hidden halls beneath the mountain peak of Thor's crown. Tell them Aldermain sends you with the words." The twilight key turns once more. The howls grew closer, and through the mist, Siren could see dark shapes approaching, twisted forms of what must have once been noble creatures. Aldermain spread his tattered wings. "Go. I will hold them back for as long as I can. The curse has not yet taken me completely." Siren mounted her steed once more, though everything within her rebelled at leaving the dragon to face the shadows alone. "I will find a way to break this curse," she promised, her voice carrying the weight of a sacred oath. The journey to Thor's crown took 3 days of hard riding through lands that grew increasingly treacherous. The mountains rose before her like ancient titans, their peaks shrouded in storms that flashed with unnatural lightning. It was at the base of the greatest peak that she found the first signs of the dwarven clan runes carved into the living rock, glowing with a warm, steady light that seemed to push back against the encroaching shadows. Following the runes led her to a door of solid bronze, its surface carved with intricate patterns that told the story of a great battle between light and darkness. As she approached, a voice like grinding stone emerged from hidden speakers. "Who seeks the keepers of the eternal flame? I am Siren Dawnbringer, Paladin of the Order of the Dawn. Aldermain the Bright sends me with a message." The twilight key turns once more. The words seemed to hang in the air for a moment before the bronze door began to swing open with the sound of ancient mechanisms awakening. Beyond lay a vast hall carved from the living mountain, illuminated by massive braziers that burned with flames of gold and white. Dwarven warriors in armor of deep crimson stood at attention, their weapons gleaming with runic inscriptions. At their head stood a figure who could only be their leader, a dwarf whose beard was braided with threads of pure fire, his eyes holding the same ancient wisdom she had seen in Aldermain's gaze. "I am Thorin Flameheart," the dwarf announced, his voice echoing through the hall. "And you, Paladin, have arrived at both the best and worst of times. We have watched the shadows spread across the land, knowing that the ancient prophecy was beginning to unfold. The curse you speak of is but a symptom of a far greater darkness." He led her deeper into the mountain, through halls that seemed to spiral downward into the very heart of the earth. Long ago, before the races of the world were divided, a titan slumbered beneath these mountains. The first guardians were created to ensure it never awoke, for its stirring would bring about an age of shadow that would consume all lands They came to a vast chamber where a great forge burned with supernatural intensity. Above it hung a massive crystal that seemed to capture and amplify the forge's light. "This is the heart of the mountain," Thorin explained, "the source of the eternal flame that has kept the Titan's influence at bay for millennia. But its power wanes, and as it does, the Titan's influence grows stronger, corrupting the very guardians meant to prevent its awakening." Siren watched the play of light through the crystal, understanding dawning in her heart. "Then the curse transforming the guardians. Is the Titan attempting to remove the final barriers to its awakening?" "Yes," Thorin confirmed. "But there is hope. The prophecy speaks of a joining of powers, the flame of the dwarves, the ancient magic of the elves, and the faith of humanity, combined in a single champion who could enter the Titan's dreams and defeat it in the realm of shadow where it dwells." He turned to face her fully, his eyes reflecting the eternal flame. "You, Siren Dawnbringer, born of both elven and human blood, blessed by the light of the ancient orders, you may be the champion the prophecy speaks of. But to face the Titan would mean walking into the realm of shadows itself, and few who enter the dark domain ever return." Siren's hand tightened on her sword's hilt, feeling the power of generations of paladins flowing through its ancient blade. She thought of Aldermane, fighting against his own transformation, and of all the lands that would fall to shadow if the Titan awoke. Her path was clear. "I will do what must be done," she declared, her voice carrying the strength of her conviction. "Show me the way." Thorin nodded gravely, reaching for an ancient tome bound in metal and stone. "Then let us begin your preparation, for the fate of all lands now rests upon the edge of a blade, and the strength of one who walks between worlds, high above, through leagues of solid rock." Thunder rolled across the peaks of the Starspine Mountains, and in the shadows of Shadow Vale, a black dragon continued his lonely vigil, fighting against the darkness that sought to claim his soul, holding on to hope that salvation would come before the last light faded from the world. Story 7. The crystal tower pierced the clouds like a shard of starlight thrust into the earth by some ancient god. Its crystalline walls shimmered with ever-changing patterns of light, a testament to the magical energies that flowed through its core. Within its highest chamber, young Cedric traced his fingers along the spine of a book bound in shadows, his heart pounding against his chest as arcane symbols flickered across its surface. The tome had called to him from behind a hidden panel in the library's restricted section, its presence a whisper in his mind that grew stronger with each passing day. Now, as the twin moons cast their silvery light through the tower's transparent walls, Cedric broke the magical seal that had kept the book locked for centuries. The pages seemed to turn of their own accord, revealing illustrations of impossible doorways and writings in languages that shifted before his eyes. But it was the central diagram that caught his breath, a detailed map of dimensional portals created by the first elves, gateways to realms beyond mortal understanding. A sudden tremor shook the tower, causing the crystals to sing in discordant harmonies. Through the window, Cedric watched in horror as a tear appeared in the fabric of reality itself, a wound in the air that leaked shadows into the world. From its depths emerged a creature that should not exist, a being of twisted limbs and eyes that burned with ethereal fire. The young mage fled from the chamber, the book clutched to his chest, his mind racing through the defensive spells he had learned. But as he descended the spiral staircase, more rifts began to appear throughout the tower, each one birthing new horrors into the world. Word spread quickly through the magical community, and within days, reports came of similar portals opening across the realm. The archmages of the Crystal Tower seemed at a loss, their most powerful spells merely temporary barriers against the dimensional incursions. It was during this chaos that Cedric heard whispers of Cazador the Monster Hunter, a dwarven warrior whose adventures were spoken of in tavern tales and fireside stories. The dwarf was said to possess an uncanny knowledge of otherworldly beings, and his axe, Riftcleaver, was rumored to be capable of cutting through the very fabric of reality. Cedric found Cazador in a frontier town at the edge of the wildlands, the dwarf's armor bearing scars from countless battles, his beard braided with tokens from fallen Ephos. The monster hunter's eyes narrowed as Cedric approached, recognition flickering across his weathered features at the sight of the shadow-bound book. So, Cazador's voice rumbled like distant thunder. The Codex of Gateways has finally revealed itself. I wondered when the seals would break. He lifted his axe, its edge gleaming with runes that pulsed in time with the dimensional rifts. Those aren't monsters coming through those portals, boy. They're the Wardens. The revelation struck Cedric like a physical blow. Wardens? But they're attacking people, destroying everything in their path. Because they're desperate, Cazador explained, draining his tankard. The portals weren't created to let things in. They were built to keep something out. Something that's finally found a way to break through. Together, they traveled to the nearest portal, a shimmering tear in reality that hung above an ancient stone circle. The creatures that emerged, the Wardens, turned their burning gazes upon Cazador with what Cedric now recognized as desperation rather than malice. Through a combination of Cedric's growing mastery of the Codex and Cazador's knowledge of the old ways, they began to communicate with the Wardens. The truth they uncovered was more terrifying than either had imagined. The first elves had not created the portals, they had built them as prisons, dimensional cells to contain fragments of an entity that had nearly destroyed reality itself. The Wardens were its original jailers, beings of pure order, tasked with maintaining the dimensional barriers. But now the entity was awakening, its consciousness seeping through cracks in its prison, threatening to reunite its scattered pieces. The portals are failing, Cazador revealed, his voice heavy with ancient knowledge. I know because I was there when they were created. The monster hunter is more than just a title. It's a burden passed down through the generations, charged with maintaining the seals in the chambers beneath the crystal tower. They discovered the truth of its construction. The entire structure was built as a focus point for the dimensional prison. The crystals that made up its walls were not merely decorative, but part of a vast array designed to channel and maintain the barriers between worlds. With time running out and more portals failing each day, Cedric and Cazador worked to unite the Wardens with the mages of the Crystal Tower. Together, they began an ancient ritual that would require power from all involved: the raw magic of the mages, the dimensional knowledge of the Wardens, and the binding power of Cazador's axe, revealed to be one of the original keys to the prison. As they performed the ritual, reality itself seemed to hold its breath. The crystals of the tower blazed with blinding light, and through every portal poured streams of pure magical energy. The entity fought back, its power manifesting as waves of chaos that threatened to tear the world apart. In the end, it was Cedric who completed the binding, using his connection to the Codex to rewrite the ancient wards, not merely repairing the prison, but strengthening it. The portals sealed themselves, the Wardens choosing to remain within the prison as guardians once more, their purpose renewed and understood. The Crystal Tower stood transformed, its crystals now housing the combined knowledge of human mages and dimensional Wardens. Cazador took Cedric as his apprentice, beginning to train him in the true duties of a monster hunter, not merely fighting creatures of darkness, but maintaining the delicate balance between dimensions. As the sun set on the newly reinforced barriers between worlds, Cedric stood atop the Crystal Tower, the Codex of Gateways open before him. The book no longer whispered with hidden knowledge, but sang with the promise of mysteries yet to be understood, secrets that would require not just power to unlock, but wisdom to maintain. In the distance, new apprentices arrived at the tower's gates, drawn by tales of shadow-bound books and dimensional magics, unaware that they would learn not just to master spells, but to become guardians of reality itself. For in the end, that was the greatest lesson Cedric had learned: true power lay not in the ability to open doors, but in knowing which ones must remain forever closed. Story 8. Deep within the Iron Mountains, where ancient forges burned with eternal flame and the ring of hammers echoed through stone halls. Grimhild, steelweaver, stood before her anvil. The dwarf master smith's hands moved with practiced precision as she worked enchanted metal into forms that sang with power. Her magical hammer, Truthsinger, glowed with a soft blue light that pulsed in rhythm with each strike. But today, something was different. As Truthsinger struck the metal, visions flashed through Grimhild's mind, images of darkness spreading across both dwarven halls and elven forests, of ancient bonds broken and forgotten promises coming due. The hammer's enchanted crystal crackled with energy, and in its faceted surface, she saw a truth that had been hidden for millennia. By the first forge, she whispered, her voice barely audible above the crackling of the magical fires. The hammer was showing her fragments of a past long forgotten, when dwarves and elves had stood together against a threat so terrible that its very name had been struck from history. As if summoned by her revelation, a commotion arose from the outer halls of the fortress. Guards rushed past her workshop, their armor clanking as they headed toward the grand gates. Grimhild followed, Truthsinger still clutched in her hand, its crystal now pulsing with an urgent rhythm. At the gate stood a figure that caused the dwarven guards to tighten their grips on their weapons. An elf, tall and lean, with silver hair and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. A bow of extraordinary craftsmanship was slung across his back, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift in the torchlight. "I am Felindril," the elf announced, his voice carrying both authority and exhaustion. "And I come bearing a warning." And the last fragment of the starstone, he opened his palm to reveal a crystal shard that sang in harmony with Truthsinger's pulse. Grimhild pushed through the ring of guards, her hammer resonating with the crystal in the elf's hand. "You're too late with your warning, Outlander. The visions have already begun." Hours later, in the sacred hall of ancestors, Grimhild and Felindril pieced together the truth their artifacts had been trying to reveal. The starstone, once whole, now shattered, had been created in an age when elves and dwarves were not rivals but allies. It had been the seal that locked away an entire kingdom, one whose emperor had discovered the secret of immortality at a terrible price. The Empire of Eternal Night. Felindril spoke the name with reverence and fear. A realm where the emperor sacrificed his entire kingdom to achieve immortality, transforming his subjects into shadows of their former selves. The combined might of elves and dwarves barely managed to contain them. Grimhild's hammer pulsed in agreement. And now the seals are failing. The Emperor's influence seeps back into our world, turning our peoples against each other through whispered lies and ancient prejudices, weakening us for his return. Together, they studied the ancient records hidden in the deepest vaults of the mountain fortress. The truth they uncovered was staggering. The legendary rivalry between elves and dwarves had been carefully orchestrated over thousands of years, a subtle manipulation by the imprisoned emperor to prevent the two races from ever joining forces again. Their research was interrupted by tremors that shook the very mountains. In the forges, the eternal flames flickered and died for the first time in centuries. Deep in the earth, ancient wards began to fail. "We need to reforge the starstone," Grimhild declared, her eyes alight with purpose. "My hammer, your crystal shard, they're not just artifacts, they're keys. The means to repair what was broken. The reforging would require something from both their people's dwarven craft and elven magic, combined in a way that hadn't been attempted since the First Age." As they worked, more signs of the Emperor's influence emerged. Shadow creatures began to appear in both elven forests and dwarven halls, while ancient prejudices flared into open hostility between their peoples. In Grimhild's forge, dwarf and elf combined their skills. Felindril's voice rose in ancient elven songs of power, while Grimhild's hammer struck in perfect rhythm. The starstone fragment blazed with inner light as Truthsinger's crystal resonated with it, the two artifacts recognizing their shared purpose. But the Emperor would not be bound again without a fight. As the ritual reached its peak, shadows poured from every dark corner, taking the forms of warriors from the long-lost empire. Their armor was crafted from darkness itself, their weapons forged from the essence of night. Grimhild and Felindril found themselves fighting back to back, hammer and bow working in concert, as if they had trained together for centuries. Each strike of Truthsinger banished shadows, while enchanted arrows pierced the darkness with light. The battle raged as the reforging continued, the magical fires of the forge burning higher with each passing moment. Then, at the crucial moment, both dwarf and elf understood what was required. The starstone needed more than just their crafts combined, it needed their mutual trust, a deliberate rejection of the hatred that had been planted between their peoples. Grimhild threw her most prized possession, Truthsinger itself, into the forge alongside Felindril's crystal shard. The resulting explosion of light and power swept through the mountain halls, banishing the shadow warriors and resonating with every dwarf and elf for leagues around. In that moment, centuries of manufactured hatred began to crack like ice in spring. From the forge emerged a new artifact, the Starstone Reborn, now forged into a weapon that combined the qualities of both hammer and bow. In its surface, they could see reflections of both their people's greatness and the promise of what they could achieve together. The immediate threat was ended, but both Grimhild and Felindril knew their work was just beginning. The Emperor still waited in his prison of shadow, and generations of distrust would not be undone in a day. But as they stood in the forge where ancient magics had been renewed, they shared a smile of understanding. Word of their deeds spread through both kingdoms, carried by the very artifacts they had reforged. Wherever the story was told, dwarves and elves began to look at each other with new eyes, questioning the source of their ancient enmity. In hidden chambers and quiet groves, others like Grimhild and Felindril began to reach across the divide, strengthening the bonds that would be needed when the Emperor of Eternal Night made his final bid for freedom. For in the end, it wasn't just a weapon they had forged in those sacred fires, but the beginning of a new alliance, one strong enough to face the ancient darkness when it finally broke free from its prison. And in every strike of hammer on anvil, in every bowstring's song, their peoples would remember the truth that had almost been lost to shadow, that their greatest strength lay not in standing alone, but in standing together. Story 9. The banners of victory still flew from the towers of Silverspire Castle when Prince Aldrich returned from the northern campaigns, his armor bearing the marks of hard-won battles against the frost giants. Yet as he rode through the streets of the capital, something felt wrong. The citizens who should have been celebrating their champion's return hurried past with downcast eyes, their movements unnaturally sluggish, as if walking through deep water. At the castle gates, instead of his father's royal guards, he found robed figures whose faces were obscured by deep cowls. They called themselves the Council of Dawn, claiming to have saved the kingdom from a devastating plague while Aldrich fought in the north. The prince's hand tightened on his sword hilt, but he held his peace. Something about their presence made his enchanted blade, Dawnfire, hum with warning. The king rests, one of the counselors informed him, voice hollow beneath its hood. The plague took much from him, but our magic preserves his life. He has granted us authority to govern until his recovery. In the following days, Aldrich watched his home transform. The council's influence spread like morning mist, their magic supposedly protecting the people from the plague's return. But with each passing day, the citizens grew paler, their movements slower, their voices softer. Even the castle's ancient stone seemed to absorb the strange, silvery light that emanated from the counselor's staffs. It was in the lower town that Aldrich first met Ravenna, a half-elven healer tending to the sick in defiance of the council's orders. Her small workshop was filled with herbs and crystals that glowed with natural magic, so different from the council's cold light. "Your people aren't sick, my prince," she told him, her mismatched eyes one forest green, one silver flashing with anger. "They're being drained. The council's protection is slowly siphoning their life force, feeding it into something ancient and hungry, that sleeps beneath the castle. Ravenna showed him proof in her scrying bold threads of silvery energy flowing from every citizen, following the ley lines that converged beneath the castle foundations. Together, they discovered that the plague had been an illusion, a pretext for the council to implement their protective magic throughout the kingdom. But knowledge brought danger. The council's shadows began to hunt them through the city streets. Eldric and Ravenna found unlikely allies among the thieves and outcasts who lived in the ancient catacombs beneath the capital, people whose distrust of the council's magic had driven them underground. In those torch-lit tunnels, Ravenna revealed more. She was no ordinary healer, but a descendant of the Twilight Court, an ancient order of elven sages who had once sealed away a powerful entity that fed on life itself. The council, she believed, was working to break those seals. Their suspicions were confirmed when they discovered hidden chambers beneath the castle, older than the kingdom itself. There, carved into walls of black stone, they found murals depicting a terrible truth, an ancient being called the Devourer, sealed away by the Twilight Court in an age-long past, and the dark prophecy of its return. The council members aren't human, Ravenna explained as they studied the murals. They're vessels, puppets animated by fragments of the Devourer's consciousness. Every life force they drain brings it closer to awakening. They had to act quickly. Already, the council's influence had spread beyond the capital, their protective magic reaching toward outlying villages. But confronting them would mean facing the combined magical might of beings who had been gathering power for centuries. Eldric's Dawnfire sword and Ravenna's Elderwood staff became their greatest weapons. The sword's holy fire could disrupt the council's draining magic, while Ravenna's inherited knowledge of the Twilight Court seals helped them understand how to strengthen the ancient bindings. Their resistance gathered strength in the catacombs. Eldric trained citizens who still had the strength to fight, while Ravenna taught others to recognize and resist the council's magic. The thieves' network became their eyes and ears, mapping the council's movements and the flow of stolen life force. The final confrontation came during the winter solstice, when the barrier between worlds grew thin. The council began their ritual to fully awaken the Devourer, the castle's foundations trembling as centuries of stolen life force flowed toward their dark purpose. Eldric led the charge through the castle above, his sword blazing with true dawn's light, while Ravenna and a group of her trained acolytes descended through the catacombs to reach the ritual chamber from below. The council's shadows took physical form, clashing with Eldric's fighters in battles that left scorch marks on ancient stone. In the chambers below, Ravenna discovered the terrible truth. The king was no longer alive, but had become a conduit, his throne transformed into a dark altar channeling power to the Devourer. The council members revealed their true forms, shedding their robes to show bodies of living shadow with cores of stolen light. The battle raged through throne room and ritual chamber alike. Eldric's Dawnfire cut through shadow flesh, while Ravenna worked to invert the council's ritual, turning their own stolen power against them. The citizens fighting alongside them found their strength returning as the draining magic weakened, their blows landing with renewed vigor. Victory came at a price. To seal the Devourer once more, Ravenna had to combine her bloodline's power with the holy magic of Eldric's sword. Their combined sacrifice created a new seal, one born of both elven wisdom and human courage, stronger than what had come before. The council's shadows were burned away by the dawn of a new day. Throughout the city, color returned to people's faces as the draining magic dissolved. The castle, no longer suffused with silver light, began to feel like home again. Eldric took the throne not as a conquering hero, but as a protector, with Ravenna at his side as both advisor and partner in the kingdom's healing. Together, they established a new order of guardians, combining martial prowess with healing magic to ensure that such darkness could never again take root in their lands. In the years that followed, The tale of the council's shadow became both warning and inspiration, a reminder that true power lies not in stolen strength, but in the courage to stand against darkness. And that salvation often comes not from grand councils, but from those willing to question what others blindly accept. The catacombs were transformed from hideouts to sanctuaries, where healers trained in Ravenna's arts tended to those in need. And in the highest tower of Silver Spire Castle, Aldrich's Dawnfire sword was mounted beside Ravenna's staff, their combined light a beacon visible for miles, a symbol of the vigilance required to maintain not just the peace of the realm, but the very life force that flows through all things. Story 10. The crystal forest shimmered in the morning light, each tree a masterpiece of translucent beauty, their branches casting rainbow patterns across the snow-covered ground. Among these ethereal sentinels walked Lyrianne, her silver-white hair marking her as one of the few remaining pure-blooded wood elves. Her feet made no sound as she moved through the forest, communing with the ancient trees that had stood watch over these lands since the first dawn. But today, the trees' songs were different. Their crystalline branches vibrated with warning, sending shivers through the earth itself. Lyrianne pressed her palm against a massive trunk, its surface cool and smooth beneath her touch, and listened to the whispers that only those of her bloodline could hear. "Something stirs beneath," the ancient tree murmured, its voice like wind through crystal chimes. The dragon dreams of waking. Before she could question further, a sound like breaking glass echoed through the forest. Black crystals, sharp as obsidian and cold as winter midnight, erupted from the ground several yards away. The pristine snow around them withered, turning gray and lifeless where the dark crystal's influence spread. "You see it too, then?" The deep voice startled her, though she didn't show it. Turning, Lyrianne found herself facing a dwarf unlike any she'd seen before. His armor was ancient, covered in runes that glowed with a pale blue light, and the hammer at his belt seemed to hum with barely contained power. "I'm Thorgr," he announced, running a gauntleted hand over his intricately braided beard, once guardian of the crystalline gates, now exile by choice. "The hammer I carry is World Shaper, one of the 7 artifacts of binding." More black crystals burst from the earth as he spoke, their dark energy spreading like poison through the forest's pure crystalline matrix. The ancient trees shuddered, their songs turning to laments. "The forest speaks to you," Thorgr observed. "Good. We'll need that connection for what's to come. The dragon that sleeps beneath this forest is no ordinary beast. It's the prison of the last elven king of the crystal realm, and he's finally found a way to break free." The revelation struck Lyrianne like a physical blow. Every child of the forest knew the tales of the crystal realm's fall, how the last king had tried to claim the power of the great ice dragon Rimefrost for himself. The stories told of a great battle that ended with both king and dragon vanishing into legend. "The tales are only half true," Thorgr explained as they made their way deeper into the forest, where the black crystals grew more numerous. "The king succeeded in binding himself to Rimefrost, but the price was higher than he imagined. The dragon's power froze his heart, transforming him into something neither dragon nor elf. The 7 guardians, my ancestors among them, used artifacts of great power to imprison him beneath this very forest. Together, they discovered that the black crystals were more than corruption, they were keys, formed from the king's centuries of patient work, each one helping to unravel the ancient bindings. The forest itself was part of those bindings, its crystal trees growing from seeds of power planted by the 7 guardians. As days passed, they worked to counter the spread of darkness. Lyrianne's connection to the forest grew stronger as she learned to channel its power in new ways, while Thorgr's hammer proved capable of shattering the black crystals, temporarily halting their corruption. But for each crystal they destroyed, 2 more grew in its place. The forest songs grew more desperate, and in quiet moments they could hear something else, a deep rumbling from far below, like the breath of a mountain learning to wake. Their quest led them to discover ancient chambers beneath the forest's roots, where walls of pure crystal held records of the true history. The king's transformation had been voluntary, a calculated choice made in pursuit of immortality. The dragon Rimefrost had been a victim as much as a participant, its essence bound and corrupted by the king's dark magic. As the corruption spread, other allies joined their cause. Wood sprites emerged from their hidden groves to help cleanse the tainted earth. Stone elementals rose from ancient slumber, called by Thorger's hammer, to reinforce the weakening prison. Even the youngest trees of the forest began to sing in harmony, their combined power helping to hold the barriers in place. The final confrontation came during the deepest part of winter, when the forest's power was at its peak. The imprisoned king dragon broke through the last of his bonds, erupting from the earth in a form that blended the worst aspects of both nature's crystalline scales that absorbed light, rather than reflecting it. Wings that seemed formed from shadows given form, and eyes that burned with the cold fire of corrupted power. But the king had not anticipated the forest's evolution over the centuries of his imprisonment. The crystal trees had grown far beyond their original purpose, becoming a true consciousness that spanned the entire realm. As he spread his wings of shadow and ice, preparing to reclaim his kingdom, Lyrian called upon every tree in the forest to join their power with hers. Thorger's hammer, World Shaper, revealed its true purpose, not to break the prison, but to reshape it. As Lyrian channeled the forest's power, Thorger struck the ground with all his might, sending waves of transformative energy through the crystalline network that connected every tree and stone. The corrupted king found himself caught in a prison far stronger than the original one, built not just of magic and artifacts, but of nature itself. The crystal trees reached out with branches that had grown strong over centuries, their pure light overwhelming his darkness. The very earth rose up to embrace him, transformed by World Shaper's power into living crystal. In the end, the king became one with the forest, his consciousness scattered through the crystalline matrix, no longer a force of corruption, but a part of the very system that had imprisoned him. His power, purified by the forest's touch, joined with the natural magic of the realm. The black crystals crumbled to dust, and in their place grew new trees of unprecedented beauty, their crystals containing swirls of color that seemed to hold entire universes within. Thorger, his duty fulfilled, chose to remain as a guardian of the forest alongside Lyrian, their unlikely partnership becoming a symbol of the strength found in unity. The crystal forest had been transformed by the ordeal, becoming even more magical than before. Now, in addition to the songs of the trees, visitors sometimes heard the distant roar of a dragon, not in anger or defiance, but as part of the grand symphony of the forest itself. And in the deepest groves, where the crystal trees grew tallest, those with the wisdom to truly listen could hear not just the voice of nature, but the humbled whispers of a king who had finally found peace as part of something far greater than his former kingdom.